Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. As you settle in to listen, allow yourself to become comfortable. Take a deep breath, let your shoulders relax, and prepare to be gently transported to the banks of the ancient Nile. Let the cares of your day drift away as we embark on a peaceful journey through time. The sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and amber. Along the banks of the mighty Nile, a young scribe named Amun prepared for his evening ritual. The day's work was done, the heat of the afternoon giving way to a welcome coolness that whispered of night's approach. Amun gathered his writing tools, reed pens, ink cakes, and a fresh roll of papyrus, and made his way to the small wooden boat that awaited him at the water's edge. The boat, weathered by countless journeys but still sturdy, rocked gently as Amun stepped aboard. He settled himself on a woven reed mat, feeling the comforting texture beneath his fingers. With practiced ease, he untied the rope that tethered the boat to a gnarled acacia tree and pushed off from the bank with a long pole. As the current caught the boat, Amun felt the tensions of the day begin to melt away. The rhythmic lapping of water against the wooden hull created a soothing melody, nature's own lullaby. He dipped his hand into the cool river, letting his fingers trail through the water. Tiny ripples fanned out behind the boat, shimmering like liquid gold in the fading light. The air was thick with the scent of river water and blooming lotus flowers. Amun breathed deeply, filling his lungs with the rich, earthy aroma. Along the shoreline, clusters of papyrus reeds swayed in the gentle breeze, their feathery tops dancing against the twilight sky. A family of ducks glided past, barely disturbing the water's surface, their quiet quacks a pleasant counterpoint to the river's song. As the boat drifted along, Amun observed the world around him with the keen eye of a scribe. He noticed how the last rays of sunlight caught the scales of fish as they leaped from the water, creating brief, glittering arcs before disappearing beneath the surface. In the distance, a herd of cattle waited in the shallows, their contented lowing carried on the evening air. The sky gradually deepened from gold to indigo, and the first stars began to twinkle overhead. Amun recognized the familiar constellations, the hippopotamus, the falcon, the crook of Osiris, each one a celestial story written in pinpoints of light. He felt a profound connection to his ancestors, knowing they had gazed upon these same stars for countless generations. As darkness settled over the land, a new chorus of sounds emerged. Frogs began their nightly serenade, their croaks echoing across the water. Crickets joined in, adding their chirps to the nocturnal symphony. Overhead, a flock of ibises flew in graceful formation, their long necks silhouetted against the deepening sky as they returned to their nesting grounds. Amun reached for his writing materials, inspired by the tranquil scene around him. He mixed a small cake of ink with water from the Nile, the familiar scent of carbon and gum arabic rising from the palette. With careful strokes, he began to record his observations on the smooth papyrus. The scratch of reed pen on papyrus blended seamlessly with the ambient sounds of the river, becoming part of the night's gentle music. As he wrote, Amun reflected on the day's events. He had spent hours in the temple, transcribing sacred texts and recording the deeds of the pharaoh. It was important work, preserving knowledge and history for future generations. But these quiet moments on the river were equally valuable, allowing him to connect with the rhythms of nature and find balance in his life. The boat continued its leisurely journey, guided by the river's flow. Amun paused in his writing to watch as a group of fireflies emerged from the reeds. Their soft, pulsing light created a magical display, like earthbound stars dancing above the water. He smiled, remembering childhood tales of how the fireflies were actually the sparks from Ra's sunboat as it traveled through the underworld each night. A cool breeze whispered across the water, carrying with it the sweet scent of night-blooming jasmine. Amun closed his eyes for a moment, savoring the fragrance and the gentle caress of air on his skin. When he opened them again, he noticed how the moonlight had transformed the landscape. The river now shimmered like polished silver, and the sand along the banks glowed with an ethereal luminescence. In the distance, Amun could make out the silhouette of a temple complex, its massive pylons and obelisks reaching toward the star-studded sky. Oil lamps flickered within, a reminder of the priests who tended the sacred spaces through the night. The sight filled Amun with a sense of continuity and purpose, connecting him to something greater than himself. As the night deepened, Amun felt a profound sense of peace settle over him. The gentle rocking of the boat and the river's constant murmur had a hypnotic effect, lulling him into a state of tranquil relaxation. He set aside his writing materials and reclined on the reed mat, gazing up at the vast expanse of stars above. In this moment of quiet contemplation, Amun's thoughts drifted to the great myths of his people. He imagined the sky goddess Nut arching her star-spangled body over the earth, protecting all below. He pictured the sun god Ra sailing through the underworld in his great boat, battling the serpent Apophis to ensure the sun's return each morning. These stories, passed down through generations, provided comfort and meaning, weaving the fabric of Egyptian life. The boat had traveled some distance downriver, and Amun realized it was time to return. With unhurried movements, he sat up and took hold of the steering oar. He began to guide the boat in a wide, lazy arc, angling back toward his starting point. The change in direction created gentle ripples in the water, their soft susurration a pleasing addition to the night's soundscape. As he steered, Amun noticed a heron standing motionless in the shallows, its reflection perfect in the still water. The bird's patience and focus reminded him of the importance of mindfulness in his own life, of being fully present in each moment, whether working in the temple or drifting on the Nile. The return journey seemed to pass in the blink of an eye, time flowing as smoothly as the river itself. Soon, Amun recognized the gnarled acacia tree that marked his usual mooring spot. With practiced ease, he guided the boat to the shore and secured it with a rope. As he gathered his belongings, he felt a deep sense of gratitude for this nightly ritual and the peace it brought him. Stepping onto the bank, Amun took a moment to appreciate the cool sand beneath his feet. He breathed deeply, taking in one last lungful of the night air, rich with the scents of water and earth and growing things. The sounds of the river would stay with him as he made his way home, the gentle lapping of waves, the chorus of frogs and crickets, the distant call of a night bird. As Amun walked along the path leading away from the river, he felt refreshed and renewed. The cares and concerns that had weighed on him earlier in the day now seemed distant and manageable. He knew that tomorrow would bring new challenges and responsibilities, but for now he carried with him the tranquility of his evening on the Nile. The young scribe's footsteps faded into the night, becoming one with the myriad soft sounds of the Egyptian evening. And the great river continued its eternal journey, its waters reflecting the wheeling stars above, a constant soothing presence in a world of change. Story 2. The first rays of dawn painted the eastern sky in soft hues of pink and gold, gently illuminating the sacred garden of Bastet. As the light touched the weathered stone walls surrounding the lush oasis, a series of quiet mews and gentle purrs heralded the awakening of the garden's feline inhabitants. Among the stirring cats, a figure moved with graceful purpose. Neferet, devoted priestess of Bastet, ready to begin her daily ritual of tending to this verdant sanctuary. Neferet paused at the garden's entrance, breathing deeply of the cool morning air. The scent of damp earth mingled with the sweet fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, creating an intoxicating perfume that seemed to linger in the air. She closed her eyes for a moment, savoring the tranquil atmosphere and silently offering thanks to Bastet for another day in this peaceful haven. As she stepped into the garden, her bare feet sinking slightly into the soft, rich soil, Neferet felt the familiar sense of connection to the earth beneath her. The ground was cool and slightly damp from the night's dew, a welcome contrast to the heat that would arrive with the full light of day. She wiggled her toes, enjoying the sensation of the earth embracing her feet, grounding her in the present moment. The garden path, worn smooth by countless footsteps over the years, wound its way through a tapestry of lush greenery. On either side, carefully tended beds overflowed with a vibrant array of plants, each one sacred to Bastet and imbued with its own unique properties and significance. Neferet's fingers brushed against the velvety leaves of a stand of sage as she passed, releasing its earthy aroma into the air. As she walked, Neferet's keen eyes surveyed the garden, noting which areas would need attention. Here, a patch of chamomile ready for harvesting. There, a young fig tree in need of support as it reached towards the sky. Each plant was like an old friend, familiar and cherished, with its own story and place in the grand tapestry of the garden. The sound of water drew Neferet towards the center of the garden, where a small fountain bubbled serenely. The gentle splashing created a soothing backdrop to the garden's awakening. Nearby, a group of cats lounged on sun-warmed stones, their eyes half-closed in contentment. One, a sleek black feline with eyes the color of amber, raised its head as Neferet approached. With a soft trill, it stretched languorously before padding over to twine around her ankles in greeting. "Good morning, little one," Neferet murmured, bending to stroke the cat's silky fur. The vibration of its purr seemed to travel up her arm and into her very core, a physical manifestation of Bastet's presence and blessing. As if summoned by their companion's contentment, other cats began to approach, each seeking a moment of attention from the priestess. Neferet took time to acknowledge each one, her touch gentle and reverent. With her feline companions in tow, Neferet made her way to a small shed nestled against the garden wall. Its wooden door, weathered by countless seasons, opened with a soft creak. Inside, the air was thick with the mingled scents of dried herbs and fresh earth. Shelves lined the walls, holding an array of terracotta pots, garden tools, and baskets woven from river reeds. Neferet selected a watering can and a pair of pruning shears, their familiar weight in her hands a comfort as she stepped back into the growing light of day. At a nearby well, Neferet filled her watering can. The cool water splashed against the sides of the container, its sound a playful counterpoint to the more serene noises of the garden. As she began her rounds, the cats dispersed, some following lazily in her wake, while others found sunny spots to continue their morning naps. Neferet moved from plant to plant with practiced ease, her actions a kind of moving meditation. She watered the thirsty soil around a cluster of papyrus, its tall stalks swaying gently in the morning breeze. Nearby, a patch of bright marigolds received careful attention, dead blooms removed to encourage new growth. Each plant was tended to with the same care and reverence, from the towering date palms that provided shade to the delicate lotus blossoms floating in a small pond. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, shafts of golden light filtered through the leaves of the taller trees, creating a dappled pattern on the ground. The garden came alive with the song of birds and the gentle buzz of bees as they went about their important work. Neferet paused in her tasks to watch a pair of butterflies dance among the flowers, their delicate wings flashing blue and gold in the sunlight. Time seemed to slow in this peaceful oasis, each moment stretching out like honey dripping from a comb. Neferet lost herself in the rhythm of her work, her mind clear and focused on the simple, nurturing tasks at hand. As she worked, she hummed softly, an ancient hymn to Bastet, passed down through generations of priestesses. The melody blended seamlessly with the ambient sounds of the garden, becoming part of its living tapestry. As midday approached, Neferet found herself near a small shaded alcove, where a statue of Bastet stood watch over the garden. The goddess's feline features, carved from smooth black basalt, seemed to shimmer with life in the play of light and shadow. At the statue's feet, a small offering bowl held fresh milk and a handful of fragrant herbs, gifts from yesterday's devotions. Neferet knelt before the statue, setting aside her tools. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, centering herself in the presence of the goddess. In this moment of quiet communion, she felt a profound sense of peace and purpose wash over her. The concerns of the world beyond the garden walls seemed distant and unimportant compared to the timeless cycle of growth and renewal she witnessed here every day. Opening her eyes, Neferet noticed a small shoot pushing up through the soil near the statue's base. A lotus, she realized, symbol of rebirth and renewal. With gentle fingers, she cleared away a few pebbles that might impede its growth, whispering a blessing for its journey towards the light. This tiny manifestation of life's persistence filled her with joy and wonder, As she stood, brushing the soil from her knees, Neferet's stomach gave a gentle rumble. She realized it must be time for the midday meal. Making her way back to the shed, she retrieved a small basket containing bread, dates, and a handful of fresh figs picked the day before. Finding a comfortable spot beneath the spreading branches of a sycamore fig tree, she settled down to enjoy her simple repast. The dappled shade provided welcome relief from the heat of the day. As Neferet ate, she watched the life of the garden unfold around her. A family of doves cooed softly to each other in the branches above. Near the pond, a heron stood motionless, its reflection perfect in the still water as it waited patiently for fish. The cats, too, were enjoying the peaceful afternoon, some napping in patches of sunlight, others engaging in lazy games of chase through the flower beds. After her meal, Neferet allowed herself a few moments of rest. She leaned back against the tree trunk, feeling the rough bark through the thin linen of her dress. The gentle susurration of leaves in the breeze and the distant murmur of the fountain created a soothing lullaby. Her eyelids grew heavy, and she drifted into a light doze, cradled by the embrace of Bastet's sacred garden. When Neferet opened her eyes again, the quality of light had changed. The sun had begun its descent towards the western horizon, casting long shadows across the garden. She stood, stretching muscles that had grown stiff during her rest, and set about completing her afternoon tasks. There were herbs to be harvested for use in temple rituals and healing practices. Neferet moved through the garden with purpose, her skilled hands selecting only the best leaves and flowers. Into her basket went sprigs of rosemary, sacred to Bastet for its protective qualities, fragrant mint to soothe troubled minds, and delicate chamomile blossoms to promote restful sleep. Each plant was harvested with a murmured prayer of thanks, acknowledging the gift of its essence. As the day drew to a close, Neferet made one final circuit of the garden. She checked on young plants, adjusted support stakes, and ensured that all was in order. The fading light lent a magical quality to the space, turning leaves to gold and casting a warm glow over flowers preparing to close for the night. At the garden's entrance, Neferet paused for a moment of reflection. She turned to face the heart of the sanctuary, taking in the results of another day's loving care. The garden seemed to glow with an inner light, a testament to the harmonious relationship between the natural world and those who tended it with reverence. With a contented sigh, Neferet offered a final prayer of gratitude to Bastet. As she prepared to leave, securing the gate behind her, she knew that the garden and its feline guardians would be safe through the night. Tomorrow would bring another day of gentle work and quiet communion with nature, a continuing cycle as old and comforting as the Nile's annual flood. The last rays of sunlight faded from the sky, and a chorus of crickets began their evening serenade. In Bastet's garden, the day's peaceful rhythms gave way to the quiet mysteries of night, each transition a reminder of the eternal dance of life and the deep, abiding peace to be found in nature's embrace. Story 3. The annual floodwaters of the Nile had begun their slow retreat, unveiling a landscape transformed. Where once the mighty river had swelled beyond its banks, now lay a vast expanse of dark, glistening earth, Osiris's gift to the people of Egypt. As the first light of dawn kissed the horizon, painting the sky in soft hues of pink and gold, a solitary figure emerged from a cluster of mud brick houses nestled on higher ground. Akil, a farmer whose family had tended these lands for generations, stepped onto the newly revealed fields, ready to begin the ancient cycle anew. Akil paused at the edge of the damp earth, his calloused feet sinking slightly into the rich soil. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the cool morning air. The scent of damp earth mingled with the faint aroma of river plants, creating an intoxicating perfume that spoke of life and renewal. As he exhaled slowly, Akil felt a profound sense of connection to the land and to the countless ancestors who had stood where he now stood, bearing witness to the miracle of the Nile's bounty. Opening his eyes, Akil surveyed the landscape before him. The field stretched out as far as the eye could see, a canvas of deep brown earth waiting to be sown. Here and there, shallow pools of water still lingered, their surfaces mirror-smooth in the early morning stillness. These temporary lakes reflected the pastel sky above, creating the illusion of earthbound clouds drifting across the fields. With reverence, Akil took his first steps into the field proper. The cool mud squished between his toes, a sensation both familiar and new. Each year, the floodwaters brought sediment from far upstream, depositing a fresh layer of fertile soil across the land. This was the source of Egypt's wealth and power, the rich alluvium that would nourish the crops and feed the people. As Akil walked, his keen eyes scanned the ground, noting the quality of the soil. This year's flood had been generous, leaving behind a thick layer of dark silt. He bent down, scooping a handful of the damp earth and bringing it close to his face. The rich, earthy scent filled his nostrils as he let the soil sift through his fingers, feeling its texture. It was perfect, neither too sandy nor too clayey, but a balanced mix that would hold water well and allow young roots to spread with ease. A cool breeze whispered across the fields, carrying with it the earthy scent of damp soil and the faint, sweet aroma of flowering plants from the nearby delta. Akil's linen shendit fluttered gently against his legs as he continued his inspection of the fields. The sun, now fully risen, cast a warm golden light across the land, causing the remaining pools of water to shimmer like molten gold. In the distance, a flock of ibises took flight, their long necks and beaks silhouetted against the brightening sky. Their graceful forms reminded Akil of the god Thoth, keeper of wisdom and writing, who was said to have given the gift of agriculture to humankind. The birds' wings created soft, rhythmic whooshing sounds as they passed overhead, nature's own soothing melody. As Akil moved deeper into the fields, he began to notice signs of life emerging from the rich soil. Tiny green shoots were already pushing their way upward, eager to greet the sun. These wild plants, the first to colonize the newly exposed earth, would help to stabilize the soil and add to its fertility as they grew and decayed. Akil smiled, seeing in these hardy pioneers a reflection of the Egyptian people's own resilience and determination. The farmer's practiced eye could already envision the crops that would soon fill these fields. Here, rows of golden wheat would sway in the breeze, their heavy heads nodding in the summer sun. There, stands of flax would grow tall and strong, their delicate blue flowers a splash of color against the green. And closer to the river's edge, where the soil remained damper, patches of papyrus would thrive, providing the raw material for scrolls that would carry Egypt's wisdom and history into the future. As the morning wore on, the warmth of the sun began to dry the surface of the fields. Akil could feel the heat rising from the dark earth, a gentle warmth that seeped into his bones and eased the slight chill of the early morning. The changing temperature brought with it new scents, the sharp green smell of growing things, and the faint musty aroma of soil microbes hard at work, breaking down organic matter. Pausing in his walk, Akil knelt down to examine a small depression in the soil. Here, the retreating floodwaters had left behind a tiny ecosystem in miniature. A pool no larger than his two hands cupped together teemed with life. Tiny fish, trapped by the receding waters, darted back and forth in the shallow puddle. Water striders skated across the surface, their delicate legs barely dimpling the water. Along the edges, a ring of green algae had already begun to form, nourished by the sun's warmth and the nutrient-rich water. Akil marveled at the tenacity of life, how quickly it established itself in even the smallest of spaces. He knew that in a few days this little pool would be gone, soaked up by the thirsty earth or evaporated under the hot sun. But for now, it was a thriving world unto itself, a reminder of the constant cycle of life, death, and rebirth that Osiris himself embodied. Standing once more, Akil brushed the damp soil from his knees and continued his journey across the fields. As he walked, he began to hum softly, an ancient work song passed down through generations of farmers. The melody spoke of the rhythm of the seasons, the joy of planting, and the satisfaction of a bountiful harvest. Though he sang alone, Akil could almost hear the voices of his ancestors joining in, their spirits present in every handful of soil, every growing plant. In the distance, Akil could see other farmers beginning to make their way into the fields. Soon the quiet solitude of the early morning would give way to the gentle bustle of activity as the community came together to prepare the land for planting. There would be jokes and laughter, shared meals in the shade of acacia trees, and the satisfaction of working together towards a common goal. But for now, Akil savored these moments of peaceful solitude. He relished the opportunity to commune with the land in this intimate way, to be the first to walk these newly revealed fields, and to bear witness to the miracle of renewal that the Nile brought each year. As midday approached, the sun climbed higher in the sky, its heat beginning to intensity. Akil found himself drawn to a small copse of date palms that stood at the edge of the fields. These trees, their roots reaching deep into the soil to find water, had weathered countless floods. Their sturdy trunks and graceful fronds offered a welcome respite from the growing heat of the day. Settling himself in the dappled shade beneath the palms, Akil reached into the small pouch he carried at his waist. From it he withdrew a piece of bread and a handful of dates, a simple meal, but one that connected him to the very soil he tended. The bread, made from wheat grown in these very fields the previous year, was a tangible link to the past. The dates, sweet and succulent, were a promise of the abundance to come. As he ate, Akil watched a family of ducks make their way across one of the larger pools left by the flood. The mother duck led her brood with quiet confidence, her ducklings following in a neat line behind her. Their soft quacks and the gentle splashing of their webbed feet added to the peaceful ambiance of the day. With his hunger sated, Akil leaned back against the rough trunk of a palm tree, feeling the texture of the bark through the thin linen of his garment. The rhythmic swaying of the palm fronds above created a hypnotic play of light and shadow on the ground before him. Combined with the warmth of the day and his morning's exertions, the effect was deeply relaxing. Akil's eyes grew heavy, and he allowed himself to drift into a light doze. In this state, between waking and sleeping, his mind wandered through memories and visions. He saw the fields as they would be in a few months' time, lush and green, teeming with life. He heard the laughter of children playing among the stalks of grain and the songs of women harvesting flax. He felt the satisfaction of bringing in a bountiful harvest, the storehouses full to bursting with the fruits of their labor. When Akil opened his eyes again, he was surprised to find that the quality of light had changed. The sun had begun its descent towards the western horizon, casting long shadows across the fields. He must have slept longer than he intended, lulled by the peacefulness of his surroundings. Standing and stretching muscles that had grown stiff during his rest, Akil prepared to make his way back to the village. But before he left, he felt compelled to perform one final ritual. Kneeling at the edge of the fields, he scooped up a handful of the rich, dark soil. Bringing it to his lips, he kissed it gently before allowing it to sift through his fingers back onto the ground. This gesture, as old as Egypt itself, was a way of giving thanks to Osiris for his gift of fertility, to the Nile for its life-giving waters, and to the earth itself for its endless capacity for renewal. As the last grains of soil fell from his hand, Akil whispered a quiet prayer of gratitude, his words carried away on the evening breeze. With a contented sigh, Akil turned and began the walk back to his home. The fields stretched out behind him, a promise of abundance waiting to be fulfilled. Tomorrow would bring the start of the planting season, with its own rhythms and rituals. But for now, as the first stars began to twinkle in the deepening twilight, Akil carried with him a deep sense of peace and connection to the land, to his ancestors, and to the eternal cycles of nature that had sustained his people for millennia. The gentle lapping of water against the banks of the Nile provided a soothing backdrop to his journey home, a constant reminder of the river's presence and its central role in the life of Egypt. As Akil walked, the evening chorus of frogs and crickets began, their song a lullaby to the setting sun and a welcoming serenade to the cool embrace of night. Story 4. In the golden light of a late afternoon, the vizier Amenhotep rested upon a beautifully carved wooden bed, its legs shaped like the paws of a lion. The chamber around him was quiet, save for the soft whisper of linen curtains stirring in a gentle breeze. Amenhotep's eyes, though dimmed with age, held a peaceful contentment as they gazed upon the familiar surroundings of the room that had been his sanctuary for so many years. A lifetime of service to the pharaoh and to Egypt had left its mark on Amenhotep. His once dark hair had long since turned to silver, and his hands, though still elegant, bore the subtle tremors of advanced years. Yet there was a dignity in his bearing, a quiet strength that spoke of wisdom earned through decades of experience. As the sun's rays slanted through the high windows, casting warm patches of light across the polished limestone floor, Amenhotep reflected on the journey that had brought him to this moment. He had lived a life of purpose and honor, serving as advisor to two pharaohs and overseeing the construction of great monuments that would stand for millennia. Now, as he felt the gentle tug of Anubis calling him to the next world, he found himself filled not with fear, but with a sense of peaceful anticipation. The air in the chamber was perfumed with the soothing scents of myrrh and lotus oil, their delicate fragrances mingling with the earthy aroma of the rushes that covered the floor. These scents, so familiar and comforting, seemed to wrap around Amenhotep like a soft blanket, easing any lingering discomfort and helping to calm his mind. Around the room, carefully arranged, were the treasured possessions and symbols of Amenhotep's long and accomplished life. On a low table near the bed lay his ceremonial staff of office, its gold head gleaming in the fading light. Nearby stood a finely wrought chest, its surface adorned with intricate scenes of Amenhotep's greatest achievements, the raising of obelisks, the dedication of temples, the successful negotiations with foreign powers. On the walls, vibrant paintings depicted scenes from the Book of the Dead, their colors as fresh and vivid as the day they were applied. Amenhotep's eyes lingered on these images, finding comfort in their familiar patterns and the promise of the journey to come. He had spent a lifetime preparing for this moment, ensuring that every necessary ritual had been performed, every sacred text consulted. As the light began to soften, taking on the warm hues of approaching evening, Amenhotep became aware of a subtle shift in the atmosphere of the room. The air seemed to thicken slightly, shimmering with an otherworldly quality that was somehow both strange and deeply familiar. And there, in the deepening shadows at the foot of his bed, a figure began to take shape. Tall and regal, with the head of a jackal atop a man's body, Anubis emerged from the gathering darkness. But this was not the fearsome deity that so many dreaded. To Amenhotep's eyes, Anubis appeared as a gentle guide, his dark eyes filled with compassion and understanding. The god's presence brought with it a profound sense of peace, dispelling any last traces of uncertainty or regret. Anubis moved silently to the side of the bed, his hand coming to rest lightly on Amenhotep's shoulder. The touch was cool and comforting, like a breath of fresh air on a warm day. Amenhotep felt the weight of his years begin to lift, the aches and pains of his mortal body fading away like mist in the morning sun. With infinite patience and kindness, Anubis helped Amenhotep to sit up and then stand. As he rose, Amenhotep marveled at how light and strong he felt, as if he had shed decades in mere moments. He looked down at his hands, seeing them restored to the firmness and vigor of his prime. When he turned back to his bed, he saw his physical body lying there, peaceful and still, like a discarded garment no longer needed. Anubis gestured towards the far wall of the chamber, where a doorway of light had appeared. The warm, golden glow emanating from it was inviting, promising new adventures and long-awaited reunions. But before stepping through, Amenhotep felt compelled to take one last look at the life he was leaving behind. His gaze swept the room, taking in each cherished object and memory. The ceremonial staff that had been both a symbol of his authority and a tool to serve his people. The chest with its carved scenes, each a reminder of challenges faced and overcome. The paintings on the walls, no longer mere preparations for the afterlife, but a bridge between the world he had known and the one he was about to enter. As he looked, Amenhotep felt a swell of gratitude for the life he had lived, for the people he had loved, and for the legacy he was leaving behind. He knew that his name and deeds would live on in the monuments he had helped to build and in the lives he had touched. This knowledge filled him with a deep sense of contentment and completion. Anubis waited patiently, his presence a constant comfort. When Amenhotep finally turned back to him, ready to begin the journey, the god's eyes crinkled in what could only be described as a smile. With a gesture both graceful and inviting, Anubis motioned towards the doorway of light. Together, god and man stepped forward. As they approached the threshold, Amenhotep became aware of soft music drifting through the air. The melody was hauntingly beautiful, reminiscent of the hymns sung in the great temples, yet somehow more ethereal. It seemed to call to him, welcoming him to the next phase of his existence. The light grew brighter as they drew closer, but it was not harsh or blinding. Instead, it was warm and embracing, like the first rays of the sun after a long night. Amenhotep felt a growing excitement, a sense of wonder at what lay ahead. All the tales he had heard of the field of reeds, all the teachings about the afterlife, paled in comparison to the reality that was unfolding before him. As they stood at the very edge of the doorway, Anubis turned to Amenhotep one last time. Though the god did not speak, his eyes conveyed a message of reassurance and encouragement. Amenhotep understood that while this was the end of one journey, it was also the beginning of another, one filled with new discoveries, joys, and purpose. With a deep breath, Amenhotep stepped forward into the light. The warmth enveloped him, and he felt himself being gently lifted and carried forward. The music swelled around him, joined now by distant voices raised in joyous welcome. He caught glimpses of green fields stretching to the horizon, of clear streams flowing with sweet water, of orchards heavy with fruit that never withered. And there, waiting to greet him, Amenhotep saw familiar faces. His parents, gone these many years, looked just as he remembered them from his childhood. Colleagues and friends who had passed before him waved in welcome. Even the pharaohs he had served stood ready to embrace him not as a subject, but as an equal in this new realm. As Amenhotep moved forward to join them, he felt the last ties to his earthly existence gently fall away. The cares and worries of mortal life dissolved, replaced by a profound sense of homecoming and belonging. He had crossed the threshold between worlds not with fear or reluctance, but with grace and anticipation. Back in the quiet chamber, now emptied of its spiritual presence, the last rays of the setting sun painted the walls in soft hues of gold and crimson. The scent of myrrh and lotus lingered in the air, a sweet reminder of a life well lived and a peaceful passage made. Outside, life in the royal city continued its eternal rhythm, but within these walls, a great soul had embarked on its final, most wondrous journey. As night fell and the first stars began to twinkle in the deep blue sky, a sense of tranquility settled over the vizier's quarters. The paintings on the walls seemed to glow softly in the gathering darkness, their images of the afterlife no longer mere symbols, but gateways to a reality now known. The objects in the room, the staff, the chest, the bed, stood as silent witnesses to a moment of transformation, each imbued with memories of the great man who had passed on. In homes and temples throughout the land, lamps were lit and evening prayers were spoken. And though they did not know it, the people of Egypt sent their beloved vizier on his way with their gratitude and blessings, their lives forever touched by his wisdom and kindness. Amenhotep's legacy would live on in the enduring monuments of stone and in the hearts of those he had served, while his spirit soared free in the eternal fields of the blessed. Story 5. In the golden light of dawn, as the sun's first rays painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, the land of Egypt stirred from its slumber. The air was filled with promise, carrying the sweet scent of dew-kissed earth and the faint whisper of reeds swaying in the gentle breeze. It was on this perfect morning that Osiris, the benevolent god of vegetation and rebirth, chose to walk among the mortals and bless the fertile lands along the life-giving Nile. Osiris emerged from the mist that clung to the river's edge, his form tall and regal. His skin gleamed like polished ebony, a stark contrast to the pristine white linen of his garments. Upon his head rested the Atef crown, its white plumes bobbing softly with each step. In his hands he held the crook and flail, symbols of his divine authority and his role as protector of the harvest. As he stepped onto the rich, dark soil of the riverbank, small shoots of green sprouted beneath his feet, a testament to his life-giving power. The god paused for a moment, closing his eyes and breathing deeply, savoring the earthy aroma that rose from the ground. A smile played upon his lips as he sensed the potential for abundance that lay dormant in the fields before him. Osiris began his journey through the farmlands, his bare feet sinking slightly into the soft, tilled earth. The cool mud between his toes was a pleasant sensation, connecting him to the very essence of the land he cherished. As he walked, he trailed his fingers through the tall stalks of golden wheat that lined the path. The plants seemed to lean into his touch, their whispering rustle a chorus of gratitude for his presence. The god's passage did not go unnoticed. A young farmer, up with the dawn to tend his fields, caught sight of the divine figure. The man's eyes widened in awe, and he quickly prostrated himself on the ground, his forehead touching the earth in reverence. Osiris approached him with slow, measured steps, his voice as smooth and rich as honey as he spoke. "Rise, my child," Osiris said warmly. "There is no need for such formality on this blessed day." The farmer looked up, his eyes filled with wonder and joy. "Great Osiris," he breathed, "what honor have we done to deserve your presence among us?" Osiris smiled, the warmth of his expression rivaling that of the rising sun. "It is I who am honored by the dedication and love you show to the land," he replied. "Your care for these fields, your respect for the cycles of nature, these are the truest forms of worship." As they spoke, a gentle breeze picked up, carrying with it the sweet fragrance of ripening fruit from a nearby orchard. The scent mingled with the earthy aroma of the wheat fields, creating a perfume more intoxicating than any crafted by mortal hands. Osiris breathed deeply, savoring the bouquet of aromas that spoke of life and abundance. The farmer, emboldened by the god's kindness, rose to his feet and gestured towards his fields. "My lord," he said, his voice filled with quiet pride, "would you care to see the fruits of our labor, Osiris nodded, his eyes twinkling with genuine interest. Together they walked through the fields, the golden stalks of wheat parting before them like a sea of sunlight. As they moved, Osiris trailing his hand along the tops of the plants, the wheat seemed to stand taller, its color deepening to a rich, warm gold. The farmer marveled at the subtle transformation, his heart swelling with gratitude. "Your touch brings such blessings, great Osiris," he murmured. The god turned to him, his gaze kind but intense. "The blessings were already here, my son, in the sweat of your brow, in the strength of your back as you tilled the soil, in the hope you planted with each seed. I merely awaken what you have nurtured." As they walked, other farmers began to emerge from their homes, drawn by an inexplicable sense that something extraordinary was happening. They gathered at the edges of the fields, their voices a low murmur of awe and excitement. Osiris acknowledged each of them with a nod and a gentle smile, his presence a balm to their souls. The sun climbed higher in the sky, its warmth caressing the land like a lover's touch. The light caught the dewdrops still clinging to the leaves and stalks, turning the fields into a glittering tapestry of green and gold. Osiris paused to admire the sight, his eyes reflecting the beauty before him. "Behold," he said, his voice carrying easily to all those gathered, "the miracle of life that surrounds us. In each blade of grass, in every grain of wheat, in the fruit hanging heavy on the bough, here is the cycle of death and rebirth, the eternal dance of creation." As if in response to his words, a flock of ibises took flight from a nearby stand of papyrus, their long necks extended and wings beating in perfect rhythm. They soared overhead, their white feathers gleaming against the blue sky, before settling in a distant field. Their graceful flight seemed to underscore Osiris's message, a living symbol of the interconnectedness of all things. The god continued his walk through the farmlands, stopping occasionally to inspect a plant more closely or to speak with a farmer about their crops. With each interaction, he left behind not just divine blessings, but also words of wisdom and encouragement. He spoke of the importance of respecting the land, of working in harmony with the seasons, and of the sacred duty of nurturing life. As midday approached, Osiris found himself at the edge of a small vineyard. The vines were heavy with clusters of ripe grapes, their purple skins dusted with a delicate bloom. The god reached out and gently cupped a bunch in his hand, feeling the coolness of the fruit against his palm. "Even in the smallest fruit," he mused aloud, "lies the potential for transformation. From these humble grapes comes wine, which gladdens the heart and loosens the tongue. It is a reminder that joy and mirth too have their place in the cycle of life." A group of children, who had been following at a respectful distance, giggled at his words. Osiris turned to them, his eyes twinkling with mischief. With a wave of his hand, he caused a shower of flower petals to rain down upon them, eliciting squeals of delight. The children's laughter rang out across the fields, a sound as pure and life-affirming as the bubbling of a spring. As the day wore on, Osiris's path took him to the banks of a canal that branched off from the great Nile. The water flowed serenely, its surface a mirror reflecting the sky above. Lotus flowers floated on the surface, their pink and white petals open to the sun. The god knelt at the water's edge, dipping his hand into the cool flow. "Water," he said softly, "the lifeblood of the land. It carries the blessings of the river to every field and garden, nurturing all it touches." As he spoke, the lotus flowers seemed to turn towards him, their petals opening a little wider, as if drinking in his words. The farmers who had been following him gathered around, their faces expectant. Osiris rose and addressed them, his voice filled with warmth and authority. "My children," he began, "you who tend the land and nurture the crops, know that your work is sacred. In your hands lies the power to sustain life, to create abundance from the fertile earth. Remember always that you are not merely farmers, but caretakers of creation itself." A reverent hush fell over the assembled crowd as Osiris continued. "As you sow your seeds, do so with hope in your hearts. As you tend your crops, do so with love and respect for the land. And as you reap your harvest, do so with gratitude for the bounty you have been given." The god's words seemed to hang in the air, each syllable imbued with divine power. The farmers nodded solemnly, their faces reflecting a mixture of awe and renewed purpose. As the afternoon began to wane, Osiris knew that his time among the mortals was drawing to a close. He made his way back towards the Nile, the procession of farmers and villagers following him growing with each step. When he reached the riverbank, he turned to face them one last time. "I leave you now," he said, his voice tinged with both sadness and pride. "But know that I am always with you. In the rustle of the wheat, in the flow of the river, in the warmth of the sun on your face, there you will find me. Care for this land as you would care for your own children, and it will never fail to provide for you." With these final words, Osiris stepped back into the river. As the cool waters enveloped him, his form began to shimmer and fade, merging with the mists that were beginning to form on the surface. The assembled crowd watched in silent wonder as their beloved god disappeared from sight, leaving behind a sense of peace and renewal that settled over the land like a blessing. As twilight approached, the farmers returned to their homes, their hearts full and their spirits lifted. The fields seemed to glow with an inner light, the crops standing tall and proud under the deepening sky. And in the gentle rustling of the wheat, in the soft lapping of the river against its banks, those who listened closely might just hear the echoes of Osiris's loving words, a perpetual reminder of the divine's presence in every aspect of life along the timeless Nile. Story 6. In the ethereal realm between waking and sleeping, where reality blends seamlessly with imagination, there exists a place of wonder and tranquility, Thoth's Library of Dreams. Here, in this vast repository of the subconscious, the ibis-headed god tends to the dreams of mortals with meticulous care and boundless curiosity. On this particular night, as the mortal world below lay shrouded in peaceful slumber, Thoth embarked on his nightly journey through the endless shelves of his mystical library. The library itself was a marvel to behold, its architecture defying the laws of physics and logic. Alabaster columns stretched impossibly high, supporting a ceiling that seemed to merge with the starry expanse of the cosmos. Soft, ambient light emanated from everywhere and nowhere at once, casting a warm glow over the countless scrolls, books, and dream catchers that lined the shelves. Thoth moved with quiet grace through the main hall, his bare feet making no sound on the cool, polished floor. His ibis head swiveled gently as he surveyed his domain, keen eyes taking in every detail. In one hand he held his scribal palette, ready to record new dreams as they arrived. In the other, he carried a delicate feather, its pristine white surface occasionally catching the light and shimmering with an iridescent glow. As he walked, the air around him stirred gently, carrying the faint whispers of sleeping thoughts. These ethereal murmurs blended harmoniously with the subtle rustle of papyrus and the occasional soft chime of a dream catcher swaying in an unfelt breeze. The resulting symphony was a soothing backdrop to Thoth's nightly work, a constant reminder of the countless minds entrusting their most intimate visions to his care. Thoth paused at a nearby shelf, his gaze drawn to a particularly vibrant dream catcher. Its intricate web of silken threads glowed with a soft, pulsating light, indicating a dream in progress. With infinite gentleness, he lifted the dream catcher from its resting place, cradling it in his hands as he examined the dream unfolding within its delicate strands. Within the dream catcher's circle, he saw a young girl walking through a sun-dappled forest. Butterflies of impossible colors fluttered around her, their wings leaving trails of sparkling dust in the air. The girl's laughter, though silent to Thoth's ears, was evident in the joyful expression on her face and the way she twirled with carefree abandon. A smile played across Thoth's beak as he watched the scene unfold. With a wave of his feather, he added a gentle breeze to the dreamscape, causing the leaves to dance and the butterflies to swirl in mesmerizing patterns. Satisfied with this small enhancement, he carefully returned the dream catcher to its place on the shelf, ensuring it was perfectly positioned to continue its peaceful narrative. As Thoth continued his rounds, he came upon a section of the library dedicated to recurring dreams. Here the shelves were arranged in concentric circles with well-worn paths between them, speaking to the frequency of his visits. Dream catchers of various sizes and designs hung from the ceiling, their webs interconnected in complex patterns that only Thoth could fully comprehend. In the center of this circular arrangement stood a magnificent tree, its trunk composed of intertwining strands of silver and gold. Instead of leaves, its branches bore countless tiny mirrors, each reflecting a fragment of a dreamer's subconscious. Thoth approached the tree, his reflection multiplying in the myriad of mirrored surfaces. With practiced ease, he reached out and plucked one of the mirrors from a low-hanging branch. The surface rippled like water at his touch, and an image began to form. In it he saw a middle-aged man standing atop a hill, looking out over a vast, unfamiliar landscape. The scene was tinged with a mixture of excitement and apprehension, emotions that Thoth had come to associate with dreams of new beginnings and unexplored potential. Thoth considered the dream for a moment, then dipped his feather into the inkwell of his palette. With swift, precise strokes, he added a path leading down from the hill, winding its way through the unknown terrain below. This subtle addition would provide the dreamer with a sense of direction and purpose, gently guiding him through the landscape of his subconscious. As he worked, a soft chime echoed through the library, signaling the arrival of a new dream. Thoth carefully replaced the mirror on its branch and made his way towards the sound. He arrived at a circular pool of water, its surface as still and reflective as a sheet of obsidian. As he watched, ripples began to form in the center of the pool, expanding outwards in concentric circles. From the depths of the pool rose a shimmering, translucent sphere, no larger than a pomegranate. Within it, colors swirled and shifted, occasionally coalescing into half-formed images before dissolving again. Thoth cupped his hands beneath the sphere, lifting it from the water with reverence. He carried the newborn dream to a nearby workbench where various tools and instruments lay neatly arranged. With the utmost care, he placed the sphere in a holder designed to keep it stable. Then, taking up a slender wand tipped with a small crystal, he began to gently probe the surface of the dream. As the crystal touched the sphere, images began to form more clearly within. Thoth saw flashes of soaring birds, windswept dunes, and the warm glow of a hearth fire. Emotions flickered across the surface: wonder, comfort, a touch of melancholy. Piece by piece, the god began to unravel the threads of the dream, separating its components and examining each with scholarly interest. Once he had a full understanding of the dream's essence, Thoth began the delicate process of weaving it into a more coherent narrative. He used his wand like a conductor's baton, guiding the various elements into a harmonious whole. Under his expert touch, the disparate images and emotions flowed together, creating a dreamscape that was both meaningful and serene. Satisfied with his work, Thoth carefully transferred the now-formed dream into a waiting dream catcher. The webbing seemed to come alive as it embraced the dream, its strands glowing softly with the newly imbued visions. With a final, gentle touch, Thoth added a sprinkling of stardust to the dream catcher, imbuing it with a touch of magic that would ensure the dreamer would wake feeling refreshed and inspired. As he hung the new dream catcher in its designated place on the shelves, Thoth noticed a soft, pulsing light emanating from a nearby section of the library. Intrigued, he made his way towards the source of the glow, his footsteps whisper quiet on the cool floor. He found himself in a cozy alcove, surrounded by shelves filled with ancient tomes and scrolls. In the center of the space hovered a large, ornate dream catcher, its web spanning nearly 6 feet in diameter. The intricate patterns woven into its structure seemed to shift and change as Thoth observed it, and the light pulsing from its center cast dancing shadows on the walls. Thoth recognized this as a collective dream, a rare and powerful phenomenon where multiple dreamers share a connected vision. With great reverence, he approached the floating dream catcher, his eyes taking in every detail of the unfolding dream within. He saw a vast desert landscape, bathed in the soft light of a full moon. In the distance, the Great Pyramid of Giza rose majestically against the star-filled sky. Scattered across the sands, groups of people from various time periods, some in ancient Egyptian garb, others in modern clothing, sat in circles, sharing stories and songs. The atmosphere within the dream was one of profound peace and unity. Thoth could sense the collective consciousness of the dreamers, their shared wonder at the timeless beauty of the scene before them. He felt no need to alter or enhance this dream. Its power lay in the pure, unfiltered connection between the dreamers. Instead, Thoth simply stood and observed, allowing the serenity of the moment to wash over him. He listened to the whispered conversations, the soft laughter, and the gentle melodies that floated through the dreamscape. In this shared vision, he saw the eternal nature of human connection, transcending time and space. As the night wore on and the collective dream began to fade, Thoth reluctantly turned away. He knew that the dreamers would carry a piece of this experience with them into their waking lives, a subtle reminder of the bonds that unite all of humanity. With the first hints of dawn beginning to tinge the ethereal sky outside the library's windows, Thoth made his way back to the main hall. He paused for a moment, taking in the peaceful atmosphere of his domain. The soft rustle of papyrus, the gentle chiming of dream catchers, and the ever-present whisper of sleeping thoughts combined to create a soothing lullaby. Thoth felt a deep sense of satisfaction as he reflected on the night's work. Each dream he had tended, each vision he had shaped or simply observed, was a testament to the boundless creativity and resilience of the human spirit. In this mystical library, suspended between reality and imagination, he would continue his eternal task, safeguarding the dreams of mortals and nurturing the seeds of inspiration that often took root in the fertile soil of the subconscious. As he settled into his favorite chair, a beautifully carved seat that seemed to mold itself to his form, Thoth picked up a nearby scroll. With the same care and attention he had shown to the dreams of others, he began to record the events of the night. His quill moved smoothly across the papyrus, leaving behind elegant hieroglyphs that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. And so, as the mortal world began to stir from its slumber, Thoth, the keeper of wisdom and guardian of dreams, continued his quiet, eternal work in the library of dreams, where every night brought new wonders and every dreamer was welcomed. Story 7. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds and nebulae painted the void with swirling hues of purple and blue, there existed a realm beyond mortal comprehension. It was here, in this ethereal workshop suspended between worlds, that the ram-headed god Khnum plied his divine craft. As the celestial potter, Khnum was entrusted with the sacred task of shaping the Ka, the vital essence of every soul destined for life. On this particular night, as time flowed differently in this liminal space, Khnum prepared to craft the Ka of a child soon to enter the mortal realm. The god sat at his celestial pottery wheel, his powerful yet gentle hands poised over the smooth surface. The wheel itself was a marvel, crafted from a material that seemed to shimmer and shift, sometimes appearing as polished marble, other times as pure starlight given form. Khnum closed his eyes for a moment, his ram's head bowing slightly as he centered himself. When he opened them again, his gaze was filled with purpose and compassion. With a thought, he set the wheel in motion. It began to turn, slowly at first, then picking up speed until it emitted a soft, melodious hum that resonated through the cosmic workshop. As the wheel spun, Khnum reached out with one hand, seemingly grasping at the very fabric of the universe. Stardust began to coalesce in his palm, swirling and condensing until it formed a lump of celestial clay. This was no ordinary clay, but the raw material of creation itself, infused with the potential for life, consciousness, and destiny. With infinite care, Khnum placed the glowing clay onto the center of the spinning wheel. His strong, skilled hands began to shape the formless mass, coaxing it upwards and outwards. As he worked, the clay seemed to come alive under his touch, pulsing with an inner light that shifted through a spectrum of soft, warm colors. The god's movements were slow and deliberate, each touch imbued with purpose and love. He shaped the clay not just with his hands, but with his very essence, infusing it with divine energy. As the form began to take shape, Khnum hummed softly, an ancient melody that spoke of creation and renewal. Around him, the cosmic workshop hummed with gentle activity. Motes of stardust danced in the air, occasionally settling on the forming Ka and adding subtle sparkles to its surface. The distant music of the spheres provided a soothing background symphony, its celestial harmonies complementing Khnum's own melody. As Khnum continued to shape the Ka, he began to sense the unique qualities that would define this soul. His skilled fingers teased out strands of potential, weaving them into the very fabric of the being he was creating. Here, a thread of curiosity that would drive the child to explore and learn. There, a spark of compassion that would grow into a deep well of empathy. The god paused for a moment, his hands hovering just above the slowly spinning form. He closed his eyes, listening to the whispers of fate that echoed through the cosmic expanse. In these whispers, he sought guidance on the path this soul was destined to walk. When Khnum opened his eyes again, they gleamed with newfound insight. With renewed purpose, he returned to his work, his fingers dancing over the surface of the Ka. He added subtle contours and textures, each representing the experiences and challenges that would shape this soul's journey through life. As he worked, Khnum reflected on the profound responsibility of his task. Each Ka he crafted was unique, a singular expression of the infinite possibilities of existence. This one, he sensed, would face both joy and sorrow, triumph and adversity. But within its core, he was instilling the strength and resilience needed to navigate life's complex tapestry. The celestial potter's wheel continued its steady rotation, its soft hum a constant comforting presence. Khnum's hands moved with practiced grace, sometimes applying firm pressure to shape larger features, other times using the lightest of touches to add delicate details. As he worked, the space around him seemed to respond to the act of creation. The stars in the distant cosmos twinkled a little brighter, as if curious about the new soul being brought into existence. Tendrils of nebulous gas curled and swirled in lazy patterns, their colors shifting to mirror the gentle glow emanating from the forming Ka. Khnum paused again, this time to add a special element to his creation. From a pouch at his side, he withdrew a handful of what appeared to be fine, glittering sand. This was no ordinary sand, but the condensed essence of dreams and aspirations. With a gentle breath, he blew the shimmering substance over the spinning Ka. The dream sand settled onto the surface of the Ka, not merely resting there but sinking into its very substance. As it did so, it created swirling patterns that seemed to dance and shift, even as they became an integral part of the soul's makeup. These would be the dreams that would inspire and guide the child throughout their life, the aspirations that would drive them to grow and achieve. As the night wore on, though time held little meaning in this timeless realm, Khnum continued his meticulous work. He shaped the Ka with patience and care, knowing that every nuance, every subtle contour, would play a role in the life to come. His hands moved in a dance as old as creation itself, guided by both divine wisdom and the ineffable spark of inspiration. The god's concentration was absolute, yet there was no tension in his posture or expression. Instead, a sense of profound peace emanated from him, filling the cosmic workshop with an atmosphere of tranquil creativity. The very act of shaping a soul was a meditation for Khnum, a connection to the deepest mysteries of existence. As he neared the completion of his work, Khnum began to add the final, subtle touches that would make this Ka truly unique. With the tip of one finger, he traced delicate lines across its surface, imbuing the soul with the capacity for laughter and joy. With a gentle palm, he smoothed over an area, instilling a sense of inner calm that would serve as an anchor in turbulent times. Throughout the process, the Ka had been gradually taking on a more defined form. While not a physical shape in the conventional sense, it now possessed a distinct presence, a tangible aura of potential and vitality. The soft light emanating from it had stabilized into a warm, steady glow that pulsed gently, like a cosmic heartbeat. Khnum slowed the wheel, allowing it to come to a gentle stop. He sat back slightly, his eyes roaming over every inch of his creation, ensuring that no detail had been overlooked. Satisfied with his work, he lifted the ka from the wheel with both hands, cradling it as one would a precious newborn child. Rising from his seat, Khnum carried the ka to a nearby pool of water that seemed to have no bottom, its surface reflecting the endless starry expanse above. This was the pool of souls, the conduit through which new life essences were sent forth into the mortal realm. Standing at the edge of the pool, Khnum held the ka close for a moment longer. He closed his eyes and whispered ancient words of blessing, imbuing the soul with final gifts of strength, wisdom, and love. Then, with infinite gentleness, he lowered the ka to the water's surface. As soon as the glowing essence touched the pool, ripples spread outward in concentric circles. The ka began to sink slowly, its light refracting through the crystal-clear water in mesmerizing patterns. Khnum watched as it descended, growing smaller and smaller until it was just a pinpoint of light, and then vanishing entirely on its journey to join with its mortal form. With the ka sent forth, Khnum returned to his celestial potter's wheel. He ran a hand lovingly over its smooth surface, feeling the residual warmth from his recent act of creation. Though the work of crafting this particular soul was complete, his task was eternal. Already he could sense the stirring of cosmic forces, heralding the approach of another ka waiting to be shaped. As Khnum settled himself once more at the wheel, preparing to begin anew, a sense of profound contentment filled him. Each soul he crafted was a unique thread in the grand tapestry of existence, a singular note in the endless symphony of life. And so, in this timeless realm among the stars, the ram-headed god continued his sacred work, shaping the essence of souls with loving care, one celestial revolution at a time. The cosmic workshop hummed with quiet energy, stardust swirled in gentle eddies, and the distant music of the spheres played on. Khnum, the divine potter, placed his hands once more upon the wheel, ready to bring forth another unique and precious ka into the vast, wondrous expanse of creation. Story 8. In the heart of ancient Thebes, as the sun climbed higher in the cloudless Egyptian sky, a gentle breeze carried the sweet scent of lotus blossoms through the air. It was in this moment of perfect tranquility that we first encounter Amenhotep, a young scribe whose skillful hands were destined to preserve the wisdom of the ages. The grand temple of Amun-Ra stood as a testament to the enduring spirit of Egypt, its towering columns reaching towards the heavens. Within its vast complex, hidden away from the bustling streets and marketplaces, lay a serene courtyard where Amenhotep found solace in his daily work. As he made his way through the cool, shadowed corridors of the temple, Amenhotep's footsteps echoed softly against the smooth limestone floors. The weight of his writing kit, a copper case containing reed pens, ink cakes, and sheets of pristine papyrus, hung comfortably at his side. With each step, he felt the anticipation of the day's tasks growing within him, not as a burden, but as a welcome challenge. Emerging into the courtyard, Amenhotep paused for a moment to take in the scene before him. The space was a perfect square, enclosed on all sides by graceful colonnades adorned with intricate hieroglyphs and vibrant paintings. At the center stood a small pool, its still surface reflecting the deep blue of the sky above. Palm trees, their fronds swaying gently in the breeze, provided dappled shade across the courtyard. Amenhotep made his way to his usual spot, a low stone bench positioned beneath the protective embrace of a particularly old and majestic palm. As he settled onto the cool surface, he began to arrange his tools with practiced ease. The familiar ritual brought a sense of peace and purpose to his movements. From his case, he withdrew a sheet of papyrus, smoothing it carefully across the surface of his wooden writing board. Next came the palette, a rectangular piece of wood with two shallow depressions, one for red ink and one for black. With meticulous care, Amenhotep mixed his inks, grinding the cakes with water until they reached the perfect consistency. As he worked, the sounds of the temple gently filtered into the courtyard. The distant chanting of priests performing their daily rituals blended with the soft rustling of palm fronds and the occasional cry of a hawk circling high above. These ambient noises created a soothing backdrop to Amenhotep's task, neither intrusive nor distracting, but simply part of the peaceful tapestry of temple life. With his preparations complete, Amenhotep took a moment to center himself before beginning his work. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the warm sun on his face and the cool stone beneath him. In this moment of quiet contemplation, he felt a profound connection to the countless scribes who had come before him, each contributing to the vast repository of knowledge that was Egypt's greatest treasure. Opening his eyes, Amenhotep dipped his reed pen into the black ink and began to write. His hand moved smoothly across the papyrus, forming the elegant hieroglyphs with practiced ease. Today's task was to record the events of a recent festival honoring the god Amun-Ra, and Amenhotep lost himself in the rhythm of the work. As the morning progressed, the courtyard remained a haven of tranquility. Occasionally, a butterfly would flit past, its delicate wings catching the sunlight. Small lizards basked on sun-warmed stones, their scaled bodies perfectly still save for the occasional blink of an eye. The pool at the center of the courtyard reflected the passing clouds, its surface broken only by the gentle ripples caused by a falling leaf or the rare touch of a curious bird. Amenhotep paused in his writing, stretching his fingers and rolling his shoulders to ease the tension that had built up. He reached for a piece of bread he had brought with him, savoring the simple flavors of the staple food. As he ate, he observed a pair of ibises that had wandered into the courtyard, their long beaks probing the ground for insects. Their graceful movements and distinctive silhouettes reminded Amenhotep of Thoth, the god of wisdom and writing, often depicted with the head of an ibis. Refreshed by his brief rest, Amenhotep returned to his task. The scratching of his reed pen against the papyrus created a soothing rhythm, punctuated by the occasional dipping of the pen into the ink. Time seemed to flow differently in this peaceful enclave, measured not by the movement of shadows but by the steady progress of hieroglyphs across the page. As the sun reached its zenith, the quality of light in the courtyard shifted. The dappled patterns cast by the palm fronds became more defined, creating an ever-changing mosaic on the limestone floor. The air grew warmer, carrying with it the faint scent of incense from the inner sanctum of the temple. A soft footfall caught Amenhotep's attention, and he looked up to see one of the temple priests entering the courtyard. The older man nodded in acknowledgement but did not speak, respecting the sanctity of the scribe's work. He moved to the edge of the pool where he began to tend to the lotus plants growing there, his movements slow and deliberate. Watching the priest work, Amenhotep reflected on the interconnectedness of all roles within the temple. From the highest-ranking priests to the humblest of workers, each person contributed to the greater whole. His own work as a scribe was a vital part of this ecosystem, preserving knowledge and events for future generations. As the afternoon wore on, Amenhotep continued his steady progress. The festival account was taking shape beneath his skilled hand, the hieroglyphs telling of joyous celebrations, solemn rituals, and the reaffirmation of the bond between the people and their gods. Though he had not attended the festival himself, Amenhotep felt as though he were experiencing it through the words he transcribed. The peaceful atmosphere of the courtyard seemed to infuse itself into the very ink Amenhotep used. Each symbol he drew carried with it not just meaning, but a sense of the tranquility in which it was created. He imagined future readers experiencing a touch of this serenity as they studied his words, a gift passed down through the ages. As the light began to soften, signaling the approach of evening, Amenhotep realized he had nearly completed his task. He carefully finished the last few lines, then sat back to review his work. The sheet of papyrus, now covered in neat rows of hieroglyphs, represented hours of focused effort. Yet Amenhotep felt not exhaustion, but a deep sense of satisfaction and peace. He began to pack away his tools, cleaning his reed pens and securing the precious inks. Each item was returned to its proper place in his copper case, with the same care and reverence with which he approached his writing. As he worked, Amenhotep reflected on the day's accomplishments and the joy he found in his calling. With his tasks complete, Amenhotep allowed himself a final moment in the courtyard. The setting sun painted the sky in brilliant hues of orange and gold, reflecting off the still waters of the pool. The stone columns cast long shadows across the ground, their intricate carvings thrown into sharp relief by the fading light. As he stood to leave, Amenhotep felt a profound sense of gratitude for this peaceful sanctuary and the work he was privileged to do. He knew that tomorrow would bring new texts to transcribe, new knowledge to preserve. But for now, he carried with him the deep tranquility of the day, a quiet contentment that would sustain him through the bustling streets of Thebes and into the gentle embrace of the coming night. Amenhotep's footsteps echoed softly as he made his way out of the courtyard, leaving behind the gentle rustle of palm fronds and the last calls of birds settling in for the evening. The temple complex gradually quieted as day turned to dusk, the eternal cycle continuing just as it had for countless generations before, and would for countless more to come. In the growing twilight, the courtyard stood empty once more, a peaceful haven waiting to embrace the next seeker of knowledge and tranquility. The scribe's bench, worn smooth by years of use, held the lingering warmth of Amenhotep's presence, a silent testament to the day's quiet contemplation and the enduring power of the written word.